Так, привет всем. Да. Ой, господи, Иисусе, мать моя женщина. Че никого нет, я не боял вообще. Ладно, надеюсь, скоро появится кто-нибудь. Кто-нибудь. Кстати, еще не всем ссылки отправил. Сюда надо ссылку и сюда надо ссылку. И как будто... Ну... Ты кто, а? Не, тебе не вызывали. Ну, вроде все, да, да. Так, ага, угу. Томить сюжет не будем. Зачем? Мы сразу прям под расстрел. Я у нас фонтейн. Я в фонтейне, мне фонтейн не нужен. Мне нужна Сумеру. Мне нужна Катерине, которая на Хида у нас. И ну что, ты сейчас модерки лишишься за такие высказывания?
Catherine, we're here! Oh, that's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind. Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's... Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the Academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world. Yep, exactly, just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting paranoid, are you? No, I think he's right. It really is a lot quieter than usual. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire city, though. Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Setaria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get everyone to go to sleep early, just so we can exchange the documents in peace. I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now that we're here, let's go ahead and meet her as we planned. Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a little safer.
Так, что делаем, я не понял немного. Добрались в академию. Ну, погнали в академию, ничего нет. Кто хочет учиться летом? Да, не я. О, это будет долго. Мне проще сделать вот так и вот. Да это что за бред? Я реально не могу этим телепортом пользоваться, то есть... Твою мать, Игорь, твою мать. Я реально не могу тэпаться на этот телепорт, просто потому что он находится в зоне квеста. Это трэш.
This hour of the night.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the Academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor.
Это такой мужик!
If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people. Leave now. You need to get out of here. But that guy's a Fatui Harbinger. We can't just leave you here. Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru.
Какой он классный, хоть и предвестник Фатуи, блин.
Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
Вашу мать. Чё происходит? Не, я не буду любить Вестника Фатуи. Ну, он выглядит круто, но...
This should be far enough. Paimon needs to catch her breath first.
Я не буду гордиться. Вот он выглядит красиво, но я не буду его уважать, потому что он Фатуи. А Фатуи по факту это... Не, царица, вот царица, она мощная. Мне царица нравится. Почему, кстати, доктор... Вот он доктор в английской озвучке, но доктор в русской... этой... В русской локализации, вот. Не знаю, почему так. Ну не, мне он выглядит прикольно, но я им не восхищаюсь. Я восхищаюсь этой царицей, сеньорой, извиняюсь, которую мы уже убили, кстати. Вот сеньора вообще крутая была. А доктор мне не очень.
Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was number 2. So scary. He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him. Sataria did say that someone who once got expelled from the Academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor. Yeah. Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the Academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui. But what are the Fatui after this time? Another Gnosis? Yeah. Things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right? You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work even though he turned it down at the time? He might... There's no time to lose.
А, Тигнарь это тот самый фури-мальчик. Я понял. Тигнарь это тот самый фури-мальчик. Блин. Господи. Я хз, как по-другому, как бы это называется. Не в жопу. Пробел не пробелит. Не, короче, сорян, мне сеньора в кайф больше, чем доктор. Да, царица... Да ёпта! Вот царица и сеньора для меня на одну рожу просто.
Hold it right
На одно
there.
имя.
A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you all right. Take a look around.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30?
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission.
The outcast? An outcast from the Acad... But why wouldn't the doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Вот я восхищаюсь тремя женщинами. Это сеньорой, это Нингуан и это Райден Сёгун. Сёгун. Правильно, Сёгун. Вот три милфы, которых я уважаю. Я им ноги целовал.
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat.
You're up,
Ух, нам против всех их сражаться? А, ну их пока мало. Ну пофиг, погнали. Мы начнем сразу с контратаки.
Don't blink! Hey!
Вовремя решил Дендра силу призвать. Я даже не хочу представлять, что будет с ГГшкой, если я его в Дендра резонирую. Насколько плохим он станет. Вот электро ГГ я еще примерно понимаю. Он еще плюс-минус норм. Хотя она ему больше всех подходит.
Windblade!
Извиняюсь, все, продолжаем. Ой. Пора! Не та кнопка.
Windblade!
Don't blink! Hey!
Женщина.
Speed of light! Incoming! It isn't over yet! Here comes
Еще?
reinforcements!
Откуда вас так много вылезло? Пропустил, я одну атаку всего пропустил. Чё, гений, что ли?
Speed of light! Hey!
Take that! Windblade! Need more.
И последний остался.
That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like? Yeah, looks like we'll have... But this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly. Going up against smart people.
Ну вот, блин, доктор, ёпта, что за имена уродские? Я хочу понять, как это с фигней взаимодействовать. Ну... И чё? Ну я хз, как это юзать. Может, надо с лука пострелять. Пофиг, окей. Мне вообще на это он повыше немножко. Или у меня там телепорт есть. Ну, блин, от архонтовской статуи. Тан-таран. О, меня откиллили, это хорошо. О, Тигнари. А, нет, это не Тигнари, это Калей. Это Калей.
Oh, it's the Traveler and Paimon. What are you two doing back here? Kale, it's nice to see you again. Are you doing all right? To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been progressing at a faster rate lately. I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate tasks. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to stay here and coordinate other people's tasks. Oh, Kale.
У меня было 4 синие крутки. Никто не выпал. У меня новых персов нет.
Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him. Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the Avidia Forest a little while ago. He was headed to Pardis Di. He left? What? Isn't Tainari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia Forest? He even turned down the Sage's invitation. I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. He almost never leaves his post. No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? Master Tainari originally studied in the Amortadash. I know that before he became a forest watcher. A research base, huh? Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Pardis Di. Don't worry. Got it. Will do.
И куда это? Катерина сейчас участвует... Что? Приключения требуют мужества? Это что за задание такое? Что? Это вообще откуда появилось? Подожди, приключения... Какие приключения? Что нафиг? Вот это задание. Ага. Мне типа его надо выполнить? Да базар. Ну чё? Это, блин, обидно вообще-то. Чё за приколы? То есть мне надо это задание выполнить? Ага. 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 Я сейчас охренел просто. Опа. О, мясо меру появилось. Прикольно. Не-не-не, может что-то ставьте. Ура! Все! Живем! Все, живем! Ребят, все, живем, наслаждаемся жизнью, кайфуем, пьем виски. Все нормально, ребят, все четко, все четко.
course you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey, this was supposed to be a touching reunion, but you're... Actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, the Doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up, and I was facing the Doctor even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm. Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy. Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell... When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the Doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't instead. He did something closer to creating hallucinations. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me. Whew. What a relief. The Doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but... I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards also. The Doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my... Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then... how do we stop him? He's still at the Academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha. Ugh. It feels like he's toying with us. What a nasty piece of work. Plus, the Doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui. We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try to find another way to attack this
А
problem.
кто номер один в Фатуи? Кто номер один?
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party's DI? Have you been waiting for us? Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced your destination by looking at the direction you were moving in. You didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Did you find any leads? We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside with... Okay, let's just...
Погнали. То нам надо вон наверх. До базара. Где Тикнари? Отдайте Тикнари! А, не, мы вот это ищем.
Traveler?
А, нет, это другая.
It is you!
It's Hypatia!
Ah, what a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see the two.
Who's this? She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the... what's it called? Satyavada life? Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since I've come here, hardly anyone has even talked to me.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... you're not in training anymore? Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Paripurna life?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make contact with the divine.
You did it! Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last! When my consciousness made contact with the gods. Ah, what a supreme and unparalleled experience that was!
That sounds incredible!
Oh, all right. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
You can do that? I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try, I'll do my best to protect your consciousness during the process.
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneal with me. This is still a crucial part of the ceremony.
We're using that incense again?
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounced the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
Мы этого пацана в Надзуме видели. Это, я так понял, это сын этой. Эй. Ну. Короче, как будто это вот этот чел, это сын, получается, Сёгун Райден. Это сын Сёгун Райден. И еще он один из фатуевцев. Сейчас даже попробую сказать, кто. У меня тут как раз список открыт. Кто ты из Фатуи? Скоромуча ты. Сказитель тот же. Только ты не в Фатуи. Ну ты в Фатуи, а так полом потом не будет в Фатуи. Удалив воспоминания о себе из истории, утратил место предвестника. А, я понял, я себе сюжет проспойлерил на будущее. Ага. Вопрос, кстати, когда мы с Пьеро встретимся? То бишь с первым предводителем. Короче, с первым... Ну вы поняли, номер 1 Фатуи. Когда я с ним встречусь?
Did we actually just see the Balladeer's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god! Such a noble will! Such sublime emotion! Alas, shame if only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart. Oh, great and merciful God! Please grant me forgiveness and salvation!
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no Peripurna life, but rather...
Ah! You... Why are you so mean to me? Why is everyone hiding from me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
А, то есть мы его по сюжету не встретим, понял.
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait, have I already lost my mind?
Wait, something isn't right.
Охренеть! Я еще опять охренел.
Okay, we finally lost him. Are you okay, Nahida? Wait, no. Something feels different. You're back!
Oh, the Traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine pup. After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here. What? You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also went into Nahida's Wait, then where—
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed. Also, while we were running, the doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and light.
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana for good this time. Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being extra careful. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from that alchemical divination at the Sub-Zero's festival. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. But she isn't—
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana, correct? Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who—
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side. So, I trust you.
Мне придется, кстати, переименовать стрим с, типа, забираем секреты Академии на встречу с доктором, потому что тут явно и не с Академией немножко связан стрим будет, поэтому придется переименовать его в очередной раз.
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that the sages have been working on?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals, so I eventually declined. All I know is that the project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahita's body? What?
Do you have any evidence? So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went.
Tighnari, did you leave the Avidia Fort?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardis Di and began searching for a way to return her to her normal self. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru village. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not the Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. So from your description, I don't think they've completed their project. There may still be room for us to intervene, but then, what is the connection between creating a new god and restoring Irminsul?
Я себе сюжет, кстати, проспорил, пока смотрел. Вот тот фатуевец, который не Доттери, который сказитель. Получается, он себе потом память сотрет, потому что там написано было получается, вот. Удалил воспоминания о себе из истории, утратил место предвестника. То есть мы, когда извиняюсь, мы когда его прибьем, сотрем ему память нахрен. Извините за спойлеры. Но я, кстати, не могу ручаться за эту информацию, так что играем еще.
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the Sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need to know.
I'll stay here for now. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by come find me here if there's anything.
Thanks, Tighnari. Hopefully Hypatia...
Хорошо. Капец, теперь много надо, конечно, опыта, чтобы прокачиваться. Ой, в самое место, блин. Вот в самое то место, где нафиг у меня нет ничего. Ни одного вейпоинта у меня тут нет нормального. Ну, мы тогда берем. Вот это мы начинаем отслеживать. Сюда мы телепортируемся. И сейчас будем все потихонечку открывать. Трэш, да. А нам маны-то хватит, надеюсь, залезть. Да, хватит, куда мы денемся. Поехала. И матом хиличурла отжигают. Это же хиличурла там? А, нет, это... Фига там девка пляшет. Я, пожалуй, я не буду с ними драться. А, не, вот это надо, вот это надо. Вот. Нам эти цветы восстанавливают полностью ману. Ну или почти. Спасибо, разработчики Геншина. Хоть в чем-то я вам скажу спасибо. А именно в том, что я активирую сейчас телепорт. Мне больше не придется сюда залазить простым путем. Вот, кстати, я вчера эту гробницу показывал. Вон она, вон там, видите, сияет ярким пламенем. И она не перевернута, это там крыша. А еще какие-нибудь телепорты есть? Ну, да, с сюжетом. Нормально. Мы летим со скоростью 8 метров в секунду. Ну или 6. Как где-то так. От 6 до 8. Направляйтесь. Это надо вот сюда нам прям. А нет, надо чуть-чуть пониже. Вот сюда.
We finally made it to Caravan Rebat. So, just past. Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Аль-Хайтам! Аль-Хайтам! Тот самый чел.
Huh?
Over here.
Аль-Хайтам, стой!
Let's hurry up
Стой,
and follow him.
баранок!
Wonder what he's up to.
Да погоди ты, братишка, подожди. Тут где-то телепорт. Вот он телепорт. Бро, я фастом. Все, бегу. Вот, все.
What the? Where did he go? How did we lose him?
More Aramite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time?
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. We never thought we'd run into you here. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academia? Wait, don't tell Paimon that you're...
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremite's honor?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the sages can offer. Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back to you, and why you're so interesting. The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing?
Alhaitham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the Academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest. But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge Capsule. No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own.
That's right! We have the same plan as you!
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert.
It's always better to travel with someone you know.
Если в этом есть телепорт, я себя расцелую. Хз как, но... Ой, идеально. Супер гуд.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
Ты кто такой?
Sino. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Alhaitham, do not think you can escape my judgment just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more—
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist.
seemed to me more like your own personal—
Who is that, Alhaitham?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise...
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Alhaitham, take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. And why, as General Mahamatra? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's... If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within...
I should have known you'd be
You two? Ugh! What you...
Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna...
Yeah, sure looks that way. 2 giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
Женщина всех заткнула.
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so...
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this...
That sounded like Come on, you two! Jeez, are all of you Academia folks...
All right, stop yelling.
Жесть. Что происходит?
Well, this is pretty awkward. Hey, want to play sardines with 3 people who want to tear each other limb from limb? The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior has come at last! Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister.
All right. Now that we're all better equipped, as a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started.
У нее глаза разного цвета, я только что
And now
заметил.
that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh, on second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. And
Wait, that...
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Alhaitham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than... I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential... I began to realize that they were... Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission... The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the Sages. I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the Sages, to the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold. They are meaningless to the Academia of today. I believed it would be wise to flee the Academia before the Sages had a chance to take action against me. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power, or...
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then...
When I was investigating the matter in the Academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Alhaitham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment,
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information, namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the divine knowledge capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the Academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear, so it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. You were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebat as well. Maybe he's telling...
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often...
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the Academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an...
As you wish.
Mm-hmm. Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back to... But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from...
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style.
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home.
Creatures? In the sandstorm?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training and...
Yeah, just leave them to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
The winds died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Ой, ёпта. Я уже сам утомился, пока все это слушал. Ага. Можно было бы тэпнуться к Сату Архонту, но раз я уже так полетел, то уже долечу. И так, ой-ой-ой. О, я с ними дрался, я помню.
Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realized it, even...
Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but now I have something to take my anger out on.
It's been quite...
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Я с ними уже дрался, второй раз подерусь вообще. Эти собаки, они, короче, кровотечение будут наносить, как я помню. Вот, у меня вот на кровотечение.
Wind blade!
Incoming!
Ладно, кровотечение слабое. Буквально по 103 хп.
Here comes another wave.
А еще
When are they ever gonna
комплект.
let up?
Ну ладно.
Speed of light. Hey!
Wind blade!
Я сейчас из ГГшка подохну. Хотя я могу просто с Архонта подойти.
Don't blink.
Incoming!
The creature stopped appearing. Was that
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now.
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms, besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an
Another effect of Irminsul's wither. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take good care of... speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got...
Village keeper? Who are they?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia Forest. The Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without a trace. But no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your past sins? I'm fascinated by how you think.
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless of my position or identity.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for your help.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! We need to help get them back home, safe and sound. But, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
Так, так, хил. Так, у меня там телепорт, да откуда бы у меня там... А, нет, вот есть. Так даже быстрее.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange... The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. Initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse, suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night. All the houses remained upright, almost as if after that, the people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness.
The soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru Village?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the Academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone... So, what do you make of the story? Really?
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely...
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. Lesser Lord Kusanali. The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored... In addition, I've never heard any stories of...
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth.
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met Lesser Lord Kusanali. How can this be? To think, our Archon has been amongst us this...
All right, now it's our turn to put our skills to good use, but easier said than done. Especially...
Excuse me, are you here to help me find...
Huh?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my...
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Grandpa is just Grandpa. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa. I swear I'll help. I won't be a nuisance.
Ah, so you're... I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was.
Whoa. Hatham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
All right. But first,
Туда-сюда, туда-сюда. Еще так каждый раз. Ну блин, капец.
Sino is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Ah, you're back already.
we just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the name of Isak?
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
Huh? You knew this would happen?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the... Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. However, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling Grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. So Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars, and accompanied Isak until he fell asleep. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. However, even so, Grandpa retained. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace and would follow him all the time.
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really...
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, it's also my reason for fighting.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching.
Huh?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you.
Hey, Isak!
Oh, it's you!
We've cleared everything up. Let's...
Really? Yeah!
Alright.
Опять скукота. Ну капец. Ух, ёпта. Сколько ачивок. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Чё по молитвам? О, давайте круточку. Давайте легу. А, ясно. Я уже обрадовал. Ну блин, ну ладно. Это мне надо вот сюда, сюда. Уже аж третья. Прикольно. Мне бы, кстати, каминчик-то возвысить надо. Вот он на 60-м левеле, это вообще хрень. Но мне надо очень много ресурсов. Как минимум, мне надо 8 раз Императора Огня и Железа победить. У меня оно пока не будет падать. У меня нет 45-го левела. Так. Ой, кстати, тут этот дендрокул где-то, кстати. Где-то на здании. Ща. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. Да что ж такое? Так. Я слышу где-то вот этот звук. Вот он, дендрокул. Сейчас бы еще, правда, понять, как его забрать. А вот так. Все.
Excuse me, did you happen to see where the missing scholars went?
You mean the village keepers? Oh, let me think. When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road, muttering away and eating mushrooms and tree roots. They shouldn't go around eating that kind of stuff.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Anything else? No?
Ай-яй-яй.
The scholars that have gone
Those eyes. Those few.
don't change.
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars. I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go, but honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them.
Do you also think
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. He was actually the one who protected my house. It still feels pretty surreal now that I think back. Well, whatever the case, I'll always...
Gotcha. Thank you.
Так, это нам особо тоже ничего не дало. Ну-ка. Я могу что-нибудь приготовить? Ничего, что давало бы хп. Ну ладно.
Sir, have you seen my grandpa?
Oh, well, if it isn't East. The last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road as usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared. And speaking of my wife, she still always complained.
Oh, thank you.
It was nothing. You're...
Yeah.
Ooh, that's no good. Well, once you... I've known you since you were very young. So as far...
Wow, what a...
Okay.
Huh? Don't say anything. Let's head over there.
Так, а туда... Ой-ой-ой. Царь Дэшред и три волк... Волк или волха? Три волхва. Вот, что такое волх? Волховец, я хз. Что такое Волхов? Волхов. Город в России, спасибо. Персонажи русской легенды о скифских князнях. Ладно, не буду вдаваться в подробности значения любого задания. У меня проблема в том, мне за вот это вот дают вообще вот такие штучки. Но мне надо для этого выполнить промежуточный том, чтобы я получил вообще еще за остальные вот такие приблуды. Но для этого мне надо очень много сделать. Ладно. Всего понемногу.
Listen, have you heard? The mighty King Deshret, the sovereign of our faith, was...
Yes, of course I have. King Deshret is the one and only true ruler of... Still, you say he's coming back, but...
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the... Isn't it a sign of King Deshret's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for King Deshret's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense. Does this mean our lives are finally going to take a turn for the better?
Exactly. Those city folks will get what...
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very beginning.
Huh? Who are you?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Нифига.
Bro,
This guy's something else.
Let's not get on his bad side, okay?
Oh, okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about King Deshret's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear and that King Deshret will return to this land. I'm not making...
Hey, go on.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us have a good life. Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for King Deshret's speedy return. Delavar also said that once King Deshret returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other...
Is that...
Seems like he still wants to know more.
Got it! At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a Please, don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here...
The people here really like King Deshret, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
Where is this radical person you talked about?
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably hasn't been around the village. What about you, man?
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you. He's really not here right now.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not.
I have many ways to stop you from talking. And many others, so you'd best just stay home and hope I don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this.
Yes, got...
Вообще мужичок жесткий.
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying. He didn't try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh,
I heard that.
sorry.
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places. Very well.
Isak!
I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there.
Вламывайся в чужие дома. А как это наше вообще здание-то звучит? По поручению Исаака, жители деревни Айро, вы и сами отправились на поиски улика хранителей деревни. Ага. Ща, минутку, пожалуйста. Почему дети в Геншине так смешно бегают?
Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa. Well, this is where Grandpa...
There sure isn't much here.
No.
Incense? Please don't say... But are you okay? Are you getting dizzy?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tighnari saved the day. And then he gave us a long lecture to explain all about how it worked.
So, you know Tighnari?
Huh? You know him too?
Yes. Now that I can't...
Wait, surely
No. No need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house? In the forest. From a scholar.
Я что смотреть тут должен? Ну, я туда уже нет смысла идти, тут... О, подождите. Красиво. А, наверное, кто-то загрелся, кстати. Грибы. Но это что-то, кстати, осмотреть могу. Я, по-моему, что-то осмотреть мог. Или нет? А, все, мне надо с Саной поговорить. Я не заметил даже.
for, Sino?
Here it is. Take a look right here. Although the traces have been completely buried from the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. The scent is quite faint.
But who would come look?
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the...
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent? Hey! What's wrong with liking good food?
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since the smell supposedly even deep within the clutches of madness.
No.
So, someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Are the rumors really true? Could the disappearance of...
It's highly likely.
Please? You have to save my grandpa.
Sounds like we'd better help get him back.
Let's head to Aru Village and...
Подожди. Братишка, подожди. А, это гриб, я думал, это который да, мало. Окей, мне нужно сделать ТП.
Right. The darker fabric definitely...
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends.
Oh, Dia's here!
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Al-Haytham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess...
Did you find out anything? I see. So someone used a...
The resurrection of King Deshret? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying. Not to mention making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the... It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern?
If Paimon remembers correct...
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur... These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is the... Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway...
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place inside...
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right... Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a... Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual... I need to go around and ask some questions. Good. Then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where—
All right, sounds like a plan.
Вот ублюдок с ушами там поедет, блин. Я могу с ним поговорить, но смысл. Ох, нифига, мне там идти надо. Как хорошо, что у меня здесь есть телепорт.
Well, here we are again.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost—
I know what you mean. I had the same question. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms? It was only after I grew up that I realized the wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sand. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim. We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The geniuses like Sataria are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate. Even though the academia— I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia.
No, not at all. This place just gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those—
Shh. Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what— Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern.
Нам нужно кого-то поймать, я опять же не уловил суть, я не понял, что делать. Мне гид объяснит, наверное. Согласно уликам, Дехи предложил отправиться в караван Рибат, чтобы продолжить расследование. Похоже, у него есть план, осталось его реализовать. Я ничего не понимаю! Объясните мне, да тупого.
Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean, you don't see it?
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for—
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land? Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia—
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say— Anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So—
Yeah. Have you seen Engur, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact—
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take—
Спасибо, что рандомный чел меня не забыл, мне напомнил. А если там кого-то рекомендуют? Типа... Викча. Похрен. Куда это? Это в пустыню, ладно. Почему мне император огня и железа отслеживается? Вопрос хороший. Мне с ним пока не надо драться. Что, кто ты, наемник пустыни? Ой-ой-ой. Нам разве нельзя им на глаза появляться? По-моему, мы должны от них скрываться. Как бы. Ну, что-то типа такого. О. Ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Сюда! Опа. О, давайте фею проведем. Нам все равно, считайте, по пути. Только давай не к пустынникам, а вот туда идем. Молодец, молодец. А вот грибы мне не нужны были. Но они сами свалили, окей, пофиг. О, хорош, хорош.
I'll keep this close.
Что, отстаньте, мне с вами не хочется играть. Вы плохие. Еще лучше музыку включить. А то скучно очень.
Are we there yet?
Yep.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on.
Oh no! It's an ambush!
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you... Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from...
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. I'm a new leaving Sinobot.
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't you? Who do you think you are?
So you and Delavar have been partners?
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an up...
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't...
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Engar. You're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of King Deshret despise the most.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret...
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars.
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just the...
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora. In my faith life...
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Дадим ему урок. Легчайшие ублюдки.
With the wind!
Поехали, уроды! Давайте всем налетаем, мне на всех хватит. Давайте, кто еще добавки хочет? Давай, 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 братишка. Красавчик.
Speed of light.
Ну, машина. Давай, там еще в коробках сидит.
Don't blink. Hey. Ha. Yeah.
Легко.
Impossible!
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only... I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after. And of course, you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary. But even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought.
You lied in the village because...
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away...
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient.
Oh, you mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled bandit?
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher... Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are all...
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down. That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a...
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eaves...
Wow! What a genius idea!
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the
So, that thing you were...
About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora.
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia, do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert...
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were...
I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the Academia's trickery.
But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Dia...
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's...
Я, кстати, сейчас вспоминаю про Немо Архонта, Вензи, спившись просто.
This should be all of them. I'll let you...
All right. I'll be in...
Candace, do you need any...
Candace will be okay on her own. She's been guarding Aru Village for quite some time now.
While I'm questioning them.
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler. As for these idiots, let's...
Надеюсь, не дотяну до завтра. Дождитесь утра следующего дня. Легчайше. Мы умеем управлять временем.
Right on time. We'll know any moment now.
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty...
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her powers against others.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside the ring.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from one day to the next.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really? Thanks for that.
Oh, Sino's here, and he's pretty early too.
Yes. I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh, you mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Candace, where... Whoa, you look furious.
Do I?
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm
Yes! Please, don't beat us anymore. We're gonna die.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
Mercy! Please have mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may all be desert dwellers, but there is one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of King Deshret will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life. A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about King Deshret's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process. I'm not sure.
That's one.
Huh? One.
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything. It was all him. He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself King Deshret's envoy.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu? What do you mean?
Smooth.
Okay, speak.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be... Some time ago, people from the Academia attempted to take the Village Keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the Academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the Village Keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the Academia again.
Just as I thought. But what could they want with the village keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the Academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority...
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the...
All right.
Let's meet back here once.
Я опять все пропустил, я ничего не понял. Так. После ареста радикалов вместе с Дхьей вы сопроводили их обратно в деревню Ару. Показания сдали причастность таинственного человека. В то же время Аль-Хайтам появился перед домом деревенского старосты. Означает ли, что вот этот чел и есть как раз вот этот Аль-Хайтам? И есть нужный нам человек.
Let's get some food in us and then where did you come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and...
You were gone for ages! And now you're suddenly sitting here musing to... Hey, what's with the side...
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname! There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy!
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching.
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything. Enough with the silent treatment!
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up.
Alhaitham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question our choices.
Yeah, you're all talk.
While you were investigating, I had my own...
Really?
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to inform you. Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Huh? Right here?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But, before that...
What is that?
How do you think the residents of Aru village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean, some of them lied to us?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people have their reasons. Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether King Deshret or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village. Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you. The reason being, to someone who only wants...
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and...
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make...
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty...
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped...
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night.
Then, why would she lie?
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should ask her.
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
Нам надо эту женщину найти. Да базар вокзал. Ой. Не, ну вы посмотрите на вот этот храм.
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but how can I make sure that your friends think the same as you?
Huh? What do you mean? We need to clarify our stance or something?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why's that? That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to... Before, I wouldn't... Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in King Deshret. I don't belong to either side.
Speaking of which, the Radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always... Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want, and then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
You can tell them. I'm sure he'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes... Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint. It used to be louder and more frequent. But ever since you arrived in the village...
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
Ну погнали. Надеюсь, у меня там есть вейпоинт. Царь Альшифа. Адар Альшифа. Благо у меня и тут вейпоинт.
Take that! Sounds good to me.
reward on the road.
Windblade!
Ooh, is this the place? It's in terrible shape, and there's sand everywhere.
Empty and forgotten. An ideal place to hide people.
Monsters, watch out!
Many happy returns! Windblade!
Нифига провалился, ну. Я как-то вообще-то сюда не очень так-то идти хотел. Тут Хильчурл вообще там застрял. Ха. Капец. А каких я противников должен в этой зоне одолеть, вы мне скажите? По факту мне надо просто наверх выбраться. Потому что сюда не должен был проваливаться, по факту. Так что сейчас мне надо тупо выбраться. И он там Хильчурла добить. Мне надо буковку. Вот мне надо сейчас вот. Так. Тихо. Нет! Так как это работает? Нет, 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 нет! Как же мне горит очко. Так. Вот я вообще неудачно провалился сюда. Да куда? Мать честная. Как теперь выбраться? Да пошли вы в жопу, ублюдки! Зачем такие локации делать? Которые непроходимые просто. Ща ГГшку отхилю. Реально меня бомбит. Прям жестко. Из-за таких... Какая метка. Боже. Это идиотизм какой-то, мне кажется. Встречаемся обратно. Не, ну правда раздражает. Вот все круто, кроме этого. То, что есть такая пещера, с которой вообще не выберешься, еще это может по сюжету произойти. Не, я туда не пойду, нафиг надо. И где там у меня мой ласт противник? Вот этот Хеличурл. А, еще противники. Да что?
As a dutiful maid would.
Mighty mythical beast!
О, пошел процесс.
With sword comes shadow.
Windblade!
Incoming! Hey! Don't blink! Speed of light!
Опа, погнали. Только мне сейчас надо не провалиться в ту пещеру. Ну тут что надо провалиться. Ай-яй-яй. Да ну ты задолбал.
I missed a spot.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй!
It was my honor to serve you.
Да ты ублюдочный!
Disgrace to the knights.
Круто вообще, супер просто.
Don't blink! Yeah! Cut to the chase!
Many happy returns!
Меня этот босс больше всех раздражает.
Windblade!
Speed of light! Hey!
Наконец-то.
They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected. Super strong bandits? Or monsters taller than buildings dropping out of the sky? Or, you know, something like that. He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one. Let's go in and take a look.
Hey, Haytham, we haven't found Squat. Are you sure we aren't wasting our time here?
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. What are you reading?
Okay, sure.
Huh? The natural position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion, in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
So...
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya! How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this. Hey, Paimon's your Teyvat travel guide. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru... Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
there it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
It's from below. Something is off about the interior here. As I thought.
Wow. It's like they tucked another hospital. Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around.
Ой-ой-ой. Вот. Потом, ну где-то... Почему нас, кстати, наверх телепортировало? Ну, наверное, потому что так и надо. Один где-нибудь вот будет там наверху сейчас, отвечаю. Не, ладно, тут ничего нет. Вон еще один заблокирован почему-то, кстати. А, потому что тут слаймы.
Speed of light. Got lucky that time.
Ай-яй-яй. На-на-на-на.
Incoming.
Wind blade.
Don't blink. Hey.
Еще? Да ёп.
Speed of light.
И вот как эту летающую махину победить? О, нормально. Отлично. Отлетел. Все, разблокировался монумент, разблокировался. И еще один остался, скорее всего, где-нибудь вон там. Еще надо вот это разрушить. Кое-как приземлился. Хорошо, что у меня есть дендроперсонаж, что пришлось бы резонировать. Чем я не очень хочу заниматься. Не, братки, я не к вам. А где еще, кстати? Тут вроде, кстати, не было ничего. Да это Сэмми зона, это не то, что нам надо, поэтому... Ищем, ищем, ищем. А, вот, блокирован. Клещи.
Mighty mythical beast!
Супер. А, персонаж поврежден. То есть его... Ну блин, подожди. Сейчас соображу. Не. Б. Берем яичницу. А стоп, а как? Стоп. О, можно так сделать. Это был бы сейчас баг века вообще. Если бы я не смог Нейль воскресить.
As you wish.
Было бы смешно. One. А ну куда?
Look, there's someone over there. Good idea. Let's approach him.
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he too young to be anyone's. Also, why is he the only one here?
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the Academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holds up in—
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart.
loaded with—
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry. The symptoms are identical.
Huh?
Allow me to jog your memory. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh, now that you mention it,
Correct. The Academia is behind all of this. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the Academia spread a false rumor of King Deshret's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the mad scholars who were These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the Academia. All the risk life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to— Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of— The notion of an Academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may—
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village chief's theory, too. But there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the Academia that brought the scholars to Aru village in the first place? Why does it want them back now?
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, an exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, that is brought into question. If you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened.
Resource? For what exactly?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely possible. Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night when no one is watching them.
So, the human brain— Nope, nah, Paimon doesn't want to think about—
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with their— Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. Or perhaps, his curiosity got the best—
Paimon's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder, what do they seek to gain from divine knowledge? The Academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge, but what is their ultimate goal? I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direction of academic progress, then the academia may as well shut its doors.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in the world will be destroyed. This matter needs to be corrected, just like fixing a typo in a book.
Wait, didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Probably not. Paimon's not—
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The Divine Knowledge Capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but you're not one of—
Though I must say, uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more to it than that. He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to our...
Сейчас детку поможем. Вернитесь к дому деревенского старосты и встретитесь с остальными. Окей.
We're back!
You must be tired. You should rest and take some water.
What's the situation?
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the Academia's site for extracting Divine Cant knowledge.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since Divine Cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Huh? Are our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue. Sino, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is... interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Alhaith.
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are simply put, the Academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing if you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The Academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The Academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for every so often comes on Yagarbaha Day. On this day, the Academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing the thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day.
You're saying that the Academia entered my information, but what's the point in doing that? My actions...
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you...
It predicted my every move.
The Academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof...
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the Academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a
They escaped because of...
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be...
Whoa,
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger pass.
Oh, so that's how it is! If the Academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest... Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too.
You want to go?
I want to find Grandpa. I promise.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Paimon feels like we're missing...
Чего не хватает? Ну ты бы закончил уже мысль тогда. Извините, пожалуйста. Нам нужно на окраину. О! Ну ща. Good.
So, where do we go from here?
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Мелкий пропал,
Play
кстати.
here a lot?
Ой, какая
Yep.
она
One
красивая.
time, Grandpa almost got
Да,
lost in the
бежим.
desert. But I was the one who brought him back.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks...
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work. Okay.
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way, because there are device fragments scattered around. Let's split up and search the area.
Is this what we're searching for?
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan. They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
Побежали, да-да-да.
But running on sand is so tiring.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Стоять.
Of course it is.
Ладно, не стоять. Потом. Активирую телепорт. Это сейчас туда забираться, я убьюсь. Да ёпта, беги, бро.
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa, you have really good ears.
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to—
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do.
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you? Dia! Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well...
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself. I have the means and
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret. Once our Lord—
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is one—
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites?
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the academia.
Ridiculous. Think about— If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the academia, but—
They look more like pawns of the academia to me. Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps—
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips. But I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostage?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars. Perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with—
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in King Deshret, and the same applies to the academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the academia's—
You academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision.
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you—
An arm from the Flame Mane. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the Village Keepers together.
Let's do it right here, then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to—
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Rama—
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Ни хрена себе.
Stop!
What's wrong?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cut? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave.
Капец.
Phew. I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out.
As you wish.
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself? Okay, let's get moving. We—
Так, чё, дождитесь утра следующего дня. Опять ждать и ждать и ждать. У нас, скорее всего, 42 левел будет. Под конец стрима. Let's go. Ой, соберитесь у входа в деревню. Да база. Ну, тут уже все собрались.
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa.
Okay, let's...
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday.
О, нам надо куда-то идти. Нифига. А чё так далеко? Вот надо, потому что было вот этот телепорт открыть. Это прям за гробницей царя Дешрета. Но у меня здесь есть благостатуя. Это радует. Во-первых, надо помолиться, кстати. Какая красота все же. Так, нам надо вон туда. Ой, можно хоть таким не сильно быстрым способом, но перемещаться. О, дендрокул. Мне надо вон наверх. Лутаем. И улетаем. Это еще какая-то одна гробница? Ну или это может быть... Дюна Пи пиршеств. О! Пустынный маг. Так, а вот это уже интересно. Как будто бы... я не знаю. Подожди, обратно. А, я понял. Надо обратно к тому потоку. Ща. И все же как красиво его могила. Так. Бам. Как же красиво гробница этого царя. Прям сказка. Ух ты ж, ё-моё. Вестники Фатуи. Спасибо, что вот эти штуки придумали разработчики. А то я бы убился так путешествовать. Это мы уже скоро дойду вроде. Ой, нет. Я тебя скипну, я просто пойду. Вон там телепорт, мне надо к нему. О, тут где-то фея была. Ну ладно. А, вот он. И теперь мне надо вон туда. Не, я вон до того лучше дотянул. Не, я эту фею не буду провожать. Дендрокул так легко расположенным. Я уже поверил. Что ж это за барьер такой? О, здесь мы... Оба. Прикол. Ладно. Мне надо вот сюда вот.
They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. You brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one?
Raman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word.
It's a 1-for-1 exchange. And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compliment.
You stay right there!
Playmate! What do you think you're doing?
Grandpa!
Don't you see this blade here? You coward! Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second! It's a earthquake!
Grandpa!
Я охренел опять.
Paimon's dizzy.
This day's going just great.
The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village, it glowed green with Dendro. Just like you said, it may well have... The Dendro Archon.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to King Deshret's civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried it, and it could have been an underground palace in the...
Oh, a miracle. Praise King Deshret!
What's he doing here? And his...
They must have fallen down here with us. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the way to his sacred palace.
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being. Or creature, you could say. New discoveries are always worth investigating, whether they have anything to do with...
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take care of it.
Так. Активирована новая точка возрождения. Значит, мы можем здесь умереть. Так, мы находимся сейчас... Так мы реально войдем сейчас в гробницу. Ну, либо не в саму гробницу, а что-то там рядом, короче, где. Подземелье. Нужен криво персонаж. Ну, давайте возьмем Розарио.
Sooner we're done, the better.
Опять сражаться с кем-то, я уже устал.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it
Yeah, and there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Rahman.
Huh?
Do you see another Rahman here?
Are you mocking me? What?
Interpret it however you want. But there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from King Deshret's civilization, the energy...
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kinda strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an...
Погнали. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Почему нам сказали криво персонажа взять? Посмотри на зал как смертный и послушай священное направление царя Дэшера. О. А, не, все, я понял. Ой, нет. Отлично. Теперь. Отлично. Отлично. Почему я один? Куда все пропали? Так. Ой. Вернись. Все, не уходи. Интересно. Ай.
Incoming.
Windblade! Yeah! Yeah!
Speed of light.
Отлично.
Don't blink.
Так, пока ничего нового не наблюдаю. Ну, кроме вот этой огромной постройки. И вот этого скопления уродов.
Up to it, Masai! Stop you!
Ай-яй-яй.
Speed of light.
Я все сделал правильно. Это радует. О. Секунду-то я увидел. Я не могу по стенам здесь забираться. Ня. Что сделать я должен? Вот. Да эти грибы, они даже урон не наносят никакой.
Speed of light.
Вот это последнее, наверное, было. Первое было что-то жесткое. Новая какая-то.
Speed of light. Hey!
Так. Я должен подняться куда-то. Я сюда не могу пройти. Там прям уже... это соседняя стена, точно. Ой. Новый этаж. И снова грибы.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink.
Many happy returns! Disappear!
Да ёпта, я застрял.
Got lucky that time.
Вот эти грибы летячие. Прям правда. Они прям проносят. Подобник опустился на землю, поднимитесь на его Да ёпта, подождите. Еще раз. Подобник опустился на землю, поднимитесь на его крышу, когда он снова начнет подниматься, чтобы попасть под купол. Спасибо. То есть мне сейчас надо сделать вот так. Уф. Теперь вот так. Ага.
Up to it, Manzai! With the wind!
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Lights out. Incoming. Hey! Speed of light.
Снова надо настраивать. Давайте. Да блин. А, я понял. Не крутитесь. Вы чё, блин? Как с этим работать? Я походу понял. Все. Все, супер. Прекрасно. Я там фига уехал. Ой. Я точно куда надо уехал? Как будто да. Да, тут я не был еще.
Now that's a sight to see. King Deshret's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of King Deshret.
Да блин, меня бы и так отхилили. Ну ладно. Это мы где? Неужели я опять во сне?
Oh, it looks so beautiful.
Офигеть.
Wait, what's that?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are...
They left something behind.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people.
You can read ancient King Deshret script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious.
There's still something off about this place. The scent of life. Is it trying to...
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from King Deshret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the academia?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I'd prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Deshret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for Greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
Хорошая история.
The priest's memories.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
But this doesn't make any sense.
Was that the former Dendro Archon?
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. King Deshret's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization, we saw her as nothing more than a traitor who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to...
Rahman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Aramites and I...
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks. I should probably go. Can't just stay here.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for. But please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today...
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. Dia, this is where our camp's located.
When would be a good time for us?
Tomorrow. I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same... And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you, too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy...
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone.
That must have been rough. But he's...
Rahman's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
The outcome, at least...
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice... Sino, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
Красиво. Я могу хотя бы... Кому это артефакт? Вот. Ага. Жаль, не докачаю. Что там с Розарией, кстати? По артефактам? Ну, все морозное есть, как бы, кроме часиков. Оружие хреновое очень. Сама она норм в целом, да. Надо качать персов жестко. Так, а мы где? Мы вот в этой яме. Отправляется в убежище пустынников. У меня здесь нет вейпоинтов. Ну ладно, сейчас будет. Так. Ой-ой-ой. По идее, пустынники теперь нас не должны атаковать. Ну, чисто в теории. Так. Свидится мне, этот телепорт вообще там под землей находится. Это не телепорт. Вот он, да. Однако все равно придется сейчас опять топнуться к статуе Архонта. Вот это взять в отслеживание. И лететь заново. Какая музыка расслабляющая. пожалуйста. Нет! Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Вот это очень плохо. Ладно, попытка номер 2. Немножко поаккуратнее надо забираться. Вот так вот. Теперь уже вейпоинт активировать. Это мне сам поможет. О, да, это дендрокул. Ща перса отхилю. Могу предположить, что нам надо вот сюда. Вообще я хотел бы дендрокул забрать. Скорпионы все ходят.
Raman, we're
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is...
Don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and... But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're out.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one...
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please! Swift and painless!
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turn pale like they've seen a ghost!
You should have known that I would be...
Wait, we were just following orders! You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could...
No, not Sino! He's gonna tear us limb from limb!
I could do worse.
Please have mercy!
Start talking.
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently.
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know they extract divine canned knowledge.
I
Well, you better start talking or you'll be...
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if only Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was still with us.
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. He asked them, "Do you wish to create a god?"
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the Doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of...
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge and wisdom that matters. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as greater. They found that at the time, she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
Так, вернитесь в дом старосты деревняру. Понял. Понял. Принял. Как повелите. Так.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The two new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
The atmosphere is so heavy. Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some water and...
Or I can go fetch some...
Oh! Paimon!
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead than I had anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense. We cannot allow it to continue.
So, everyone.
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That is our ultimate goal.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other resources we can draw on.
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out.
А когда вы встретитесь в следующий раз? Ой-ой-ой-ой. Какая длинная голова, однако, получилась. Ой, я могу, кстати, вкачать своего персонажа в дендроплане. Мне вот эту капсулу дали. Я могу вкачать ее в дендро персонажа. Если я резонирую, короче. Ждите следующего дня. Чем по круткам? Ничего. А в целом по инвентарю всегда скудно очень. Похлебать не особо есть что. Тут... А это надо в этот... Вот мне бы оно понадобилось, когда я исследовал логово ужаса бури. Ну, не, вру. Когда я горы, короче, исследовал. Нет, третьих. Дендрокула. Не знаю, куда духовный карты. Окей. Так. Вместе 11 слабой смолы. Пока не буду использовать. Мало вот этого, мало кордаписа. Много вот этого зато. Ага. Ну и артефакты и оружие. Достижение, кстати, да. Пока все равно не хватает, да? Ой, это я прям... Давайте на часов 6 перемотаем.
Everyone is already waiting inside.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Please, wait a moment. Before attending the meeting, I hope you can promise...
What do you need?
Promise me that you won't commit to anything too reckless.
What do you think?
Okay.
И зачем мы спускались? Пульс Акаши и пламя... Чё? Пульс Акаши и пламя Кальпы. Ночь перед рассветом. Это уже 5-я глава, это самый затянувшийся том среди всех. Ну, глава точнее. Там было максимум 3 главы. Тут уже это 5-я идет. Ну, сильно, очень сильно.
We already discussed things a bit.
Hey, where have you been? I've missed you too.
Are you ready?
Very well.
Are you sure this is gonna work?
I gotta admit, it's
The point of discussion is to arrive at a solution. Let's cut the small talk and move to the...
You're
You're finally done.
I have some other stuff to take care of. Come on, don't give me that face. I know what you're going to say.
That's what I wanted. Well, Traveler, Paimon, judging from your expressions, the meeting must have been quite productive.
You can tell?
I'm not that good at scheming or strategy, but I can sense people's emotions. And based on your reaction, things must have gone quite well.
Paimon's a little worried. Hopefully nothing will go wrong.
To be honest, I feel the same. But you're already some of the most capable people I know. So you have my trust.
Candace gave us a compliment.
Your deeds speak for themselves.
Candace, we stayed behind to tell you that, although you won't—
I'm very glad I've said the same thing to everyone here today. Only when you're safe can the plan be successful. So you're welcome. Good luck.
Началась жаришка. Началась. Вон тут мостик. Иди в жопу. Сори.
Sounds good. I'll go make some preparations.
Okay. Have you finished saying your goodbyes?
Yeah! Also, Candace—
Yes, she did. But I think our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve anything. I hope this is clear to you.
Huh? Shouldn't you be saying something more cheerful?
Didn't we already do that during the meeting?
You can never have enough words of
In that case, Candace can cuddle you to your heart's content while I continue to remind you of this. We all have our jobs to do, after all. It's like how some people can be put in charge of logistics while others will fight on the front line.
Speaking of the front lines—
Of course. Compared to the mercenaries, I'm mere. But the advantage of not being a mercenary is that I get to stay in a safer place and offer my strategic insight. Just think about that mercenary who lost his mind. Mercenary group.
Well, being a scholar is also a high-risk
I'm not like the rest of them. Even
This guy. Paimon still remembers when those mercenaries in Port Ormos—
all intellectuals are lunatics in the eyes of. Do you remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It mentioned forbidden knowledge. You have a good memory. Forbidden knowledge has the power to drive people insane, but this fact has never been shared with the public. Even I, who has worked in the academia for some time, was never once informed of this. I think those mad scholars and mercenaries we encountered may have all fallen, but the academia has always held a different view. They have always believed that symptoms of madness are a side. Come to think of it, perhaps the academia has also never understood the true nature of the Withering, Elazar, and the sandstorms. Don't you think what is happening right now across Sumeru is rather similar to the forbidden knowledge pollution that occurred in the desert thousands of years ago?
But Paimon thought that Irminsul's disease is what caused the withering in the sandstorms. At least, that's what Tighnari told us. Wait a second.
Ah, you've connected the dots. The cause of Irminsul's illness.
But if that's the case, what should we do?
Wait. Why do you think Lesser Lord Kusanali would have a solution to this situation?
You mean, it's related to the scene you saw when you passed out in the Avidia forest?
In that case, it's imperative that we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Only by working with her to save To make sure we're still on track, I would like to check on the state of some of our preparatory work.
Where are we going?
To an Eremite base.
Погнали. Мы явно не в этом, не на этом стриме будем сражаться с новым боссом, потому что до этого еще очень далеко. Где еще метка находится? Я что-то вообще не понимаю. Где у меня еще какая-то метка? Вот она. Плохая метка. Все. Ух. Все обчистим. А, надо наверх. Ну, вот тут лесенка есть. Да ёпт.
Ah, they're here.
Huh? What are they doing here?
I gave them some technical work to do.
Ah, it's the scribe. And is that the traveler I see?
How's the work going?
Ah, yes! We have fixed the devices according to your instructions. One of them is already ready for use, while the others are still under repair.
Aren't those devices for can knowledge extraction?
Look here.
Huh? More can knowledge? Are you going to put more weird stuff into his head again?
What's that look on your face?
Paimon's a little scared, but very, very furious!
That's an interesting response. Anyway, we're not going to use this just yet. As I mentioned during the meeting, this knowledge capsule contains a decree I drew up in the past. The Academia should also have their own copy. And a traveler. I want you to record something into this capsule. Do you believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusanali? Good. Conviction is the most important part of all of it. Now, please get ready.
You want us to record our conviction?
Yes.
Paimon.
I understand, but trust me, Paimon, this is because to achieve this impossible task, it sounds like you'll need to fool your own heart first.
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
Imagine this. We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord Kusanali. As a result, we have changed Sumeru's entire political landscape. Everything went without a hitch, and everyone— Now, open your eyes. Here.
What's this?
Read it out loud. It's done.
Is your head okay? Does anything hurt?
It's just a recording. There should be no negative effects.
But what was the point of doing this?
And that's perfectly fine. In any case—
Huh?
Have you forgotten? Our plan needs to account for those who have long relied— You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha— Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born. And this device has, after all that time—
A fool?
A slave to orders. And that's why rules are— In addition, those who understand the rules can delineate boundaries.
But
You could say that those kinds of ambiguous zones can be very—
things you're interested in are really out there.
Anyway, I'm going to take those two to work on some small projects. You can head to Caravan.
Small project?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and—
Ну, короче, я понял. Их план в том, чтобы на всех жителей Сумеру через терминал Акаши распространить мысль о том, что вот, короче, мы крутые, типа мы верим в то, что наш бог крутой, то, что вот этот новый бог, он не нужен никому. На Эхиды хватит.
I thought we agreed on a plan. How can you go back on your word?
The plan is too radical and carries a high risk for casualties.
But it's still the best plan we have. As a former Matra, you of all people should be able to see the bigger picture.
I did. And that's how I saw the danger behind these so-called advantages.
Huh? Why are you guys arguing?
My friend, you're just in time.
We agreed to work out a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, you're familiar with the local environment, so you'll take care of the specifics. Had I known All Hatham would give you those kinds of suggestions, I would not have agreed to the plan.
Look, you already know that we're all on the same side.
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make—
Seems you really do understand.
Traveler, Paimon. This is also something. Ramon's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra. We will arrest the mercenaries and escort them into...
Wait! How can we work with the guard?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember? Caravan Rebot would never let so many unregistered members of the Eremites enter Sumeru. My plan will clear us of any possible suspicion, and also let us enter the cities.
That also sounds like something Alhaitham told you.
Doesn't Alhaitham know how dangerous?
Of course he does. He told me. There is no perfect plan, but this can... He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler, our chance of success would increase significantly. I never blindly trust anyone, and I've always had a good eye for people.
If I make the arrests alone, I can control myself and prevent you from getting hurt. But to make the whole thing more convincing, you'll need to resist to some degree. I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies...
I can't believe a Matra would actually care about us. I've lived a hard life, and I can say that people like...
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect.
Now you're making this hard for me.
Hey, is there something we can do to help?
I knew you would say that.
We can help fight some of the mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guards. That should help at least a little bit.
Sino, on behalf of my people, I thank you for your kindness. But this is a mission we cannot turn our backs on. We have no fear of casualties, because we crave the spoils of victory. So please, lend us your support. We will show...
Well, now that you've... But remember, you need to follow the plan and not do anything reckless. Candace, since you and I both recognize the significance of this operation, there should be no more animosity between the followers of the Dendro Archon and those of King Deshret.
Okay, you have a deal.
The guards should be stationed in the courtyard nearby. You can find them there.
Так. Угу. Да куда ты? Что ты делаешь, брат?
Guards!
General Mahamatra! To what do we owe the honor?
Keep your voice down. This is a secret operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal gang near this location. According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations...
Of course. Mahamatra Sino's order is the Academia's order. But who exactly are you planning to arrest, and how many people are you expecting? Depending on the scale of this operation.
They're a squad of Eremites whose number is comparable to Ain el Akhmar in Port Ormos. They're involved in the theft and resale of supplies.
As many as Ain el Akhmar? This should definitely be classified as a joint operation.
And I suggest that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible. And...
Got it! Please wait a moment, I'll contact them immediately.
Because this is work. Because I trust you.
Paimon can't believe you're still in the mood to chat. Aren't you even a little worried? What if these guards already know that you have betrayed? Even if that guard doesn't know, their superiors might...
We discussed this, remember?
The Caravan Rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry, the guards there shouldn't know that Sino is...
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matra still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been...
Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. If something were to happen to the General Mahamatra, it's bound to attract a lot of unwanted attention. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem interested in sharing the news of...
A reasonable inference.
Which brings us to our next issue. I'm sure some of you have been wondering if the prediction function of the Akasha will affect our operation.
The Akasha is still in operation, so I must remain on high alert. Actually, considering the power of the Akasha...
I've given that a lot of thought. For now, I don't think you'll need to worry. If you remember, When you first came to Aru Village, all your actions and routes were predicted by the Akasha. It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village. But things like that never happened again after we met up with the Traveler.
That's true. But why?
Look at it from a different angle. Why do you think the Akasha will predict your actions?
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
That's true. But the key to this question is, haven't you ever thought about it? Just how can it do this in the first?
Because the Akasha controls the entirety of...
The Academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through law.
By sorting and analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit in it. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for fallacies, can everyone truly be considered logical at all times? Emotions are part of our behavioral logic. But can you guarantee that every experience of the same joy or pain... Sino, in the past, you've always worked alone. In the absence of another person who could sway you or you're decisive and principled, you were used to solving problems alone. That's why the Akasha could figure you out. But now, you've joined a team. And I believe the Akasha hasn't yet figured out the full composition of it. Our thoughts and logic have intermingled and weaved themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic mess. Any one of us could potentially disagree with another. The Akasha lacks data on these interactions, and it's impossible for it to predict your actions in the future based on your decisions in the past. After all, there's probably a limit to just how much we... So, in my...
Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive, and I don't think we can be completely controlled.
I guess there are things that even the Akasha cannot calculate. And people will not be forever trapped.
I'm so glad that this is settled.
Next time, pay attention.
Will do.
Just remember to stay vigilant.
Footsteps!
General Mahamatra! We were not expecting your presence here. I'm the security officer of the Great Red Sand District. My name is Luxembarbo.
This is my assistant, the Traveler. He will be working with me. The construct next to him is for his work.
Beep! Construct, beep!
What a great honor to meet you. Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And, is this the latest technology from the...
Have you made a decision regarding the matter I mentioned to your subordinate?
It seems to be a dire situation, so of course you will have our full cooperation. To be perfectly honest,
There's no need for flattery.
Yes, sir.
Take your most elite platoon and follow me to the eastern side of the district. We will carry out the operation there.
Understood.
Map.
Hurry, bring the map!
In 2 days, we will engage Rahman's Eremites and capture all of them. Any questions about the time or
None at all, sir.
Good. See you then.
Yes, sir.
Maybe hanging around the General Mahamatra isn't so bad after all. Everyone's so respectful towards us.
This is all due to the absolute authority of the Academia. And now, we're going to get ready.
Дождитесь назначенного времени через 2 дня. Так, ну давайте мы эти 2 дня сейчас... Хотя не, мы сейчас ничего делать не будем, потому что стрим я уже заканчиваю. Ну ладно, давайте уже промотаем, так и быть. Я потом другими займусь делами до завтрашнего стрима. Весь экшен, короче, начнем завтра. Давайте вот на 6. Погнали. В любом случае это сработало. Это будет Ох, так далеко. Ну, мы пока это задание прекращаем отслеживать. Ай, мы не смогли апнуть 42-й. Думаю, возможно, даже это произойдет завтра вне кадра. Спасибо всем, кто был на стриме со мной. Всем пока. Завтра будет экшен.